Yes, it looks much better now. I just want to really verify the audio once. Anirudh would really help if he was here now, if it's all good or not. Yes, it looks much better now. I just want to really verify the audio once, Anirudh. I think it sounds okay. I think everything is fine. We'll believe that. I can give away this month's, or can I? I don't remember the exact date gifting. Oh, I can give people memberships and then let's do that. All these people have received memberships. Good on you. Good on you. Good on you. Good on you. What? Yes, let me know if the font size and everything is okay. I can make it bigger. It just doesn't look so nice for me then, but I can make it bigger definitely. Yes. Yes. Here we go. Everything is looking nice and all. Is there a way I could just keep track of this thing here at the bottom? Anyways, so far this is what we have done, right? And I didn't work yesterday. I was just not feeling like anything at all. Are these the gifted memberships? Okay, so this looks nice. Right, I wanted to do next was, okay, this should be an object and you should have colliders to this. Um, Main menu. I could I could work on the main menu system. I could also uh back system, like, but that's not really for now. That's secondary. Let me just see if I can sort things out a little bit in wall.c. This mess that is here. Could we simplify this mess? If I could simplify that mess. That would be um so this part is simple. So is this part. I'm just passing in the coordinates to exactly where I want this, which could be hard coded. Where are you from? I am from India. Where are you from? One, and what's your name? Because I see your user ID, I'm pretty sure that's not your name. Uh, I can make this, since I'm hard coding everything, I think in wall.h we are doing it. I want to learn CPP. Any tips? I don't know CPP myself, dude. This is all just plain C. There are certain nuances that you need to be aware of. Other than that, it's just syntax, like you learn any other language. I would say if you're into graphics programming or even mildly you enjoy, games and stuff, you can try making your own game using raylib. It is a single header file that you need. Um, I have raymath as well, but you only really need raylib.h and a library. That's just all you need. You can start making your own stuff. You can actually visually see by running your game if things are working out as you intended or not. It's a good way to learn, I think, C++. But for now, I'm just doing plain C, which is what I'm most comfortable in. um I think there's an assets dot, yeah, this is where we are defining everything, right? Sprite large tree. Oh, great, great. I don't know why you would want to learn C++. Maybe because um it's natural, next step from C to C++. But in terms of, I guess, game engines and stuff, there's a lot of applications of, for C++ too. But generally, typically are taught Java and C Sharp and Python and all these languages in your college programs or whatever it is for better hireability. No, I'm from Kolkata, dude. uh where are you from? There's two ways we can do this, but I want to see wall.h. So just x rectangle is, I'm still passing this. So instead of just like simplifying this bit, why not make this entire thing into this takes walled, tree large, and rectangle destination. So I could just go like tree large, or but then again that's not, there's no one. Okay, this is more of a, because I'm doing the same tree large three different times. Another approach would be to just simplify this entire thing itself and just go add large trees, add tree large, or add large trees to the map, and we call all of these. I'm from South. Do you think the best way to learn a language is to build? Of course it is. And I'll tell you one good reason which a lot of people tend to avoid or not look into, is that when you are, when you have to build something, especially with like C or anything that is not as, modern as Python, where you just run a script directly. Right here, you got to build something, as in really turn your, code into an executable file. You would need something like a make file, right? Or you would at least need to configure your build information, like what do you want to do with your project when you hit build. So these kind of stuff, which you tend to learn, it sort of makes you look at it in a broader way. Instead of just writing code and calling it a day, you're also trying to like, you're also like trying to run it, or rather, build something out of it, as in an executable file or a binary file or whatever it is. This game.exe that you see here, this is what we, how do you make it big? Yeah, to get this thing here, you need to do a lot of stuff, right? And that is what is being simplified by make files or whatever you use. So yes, a really good way of learning something new is to work with it instead of just watching videos or learning or even taking notes and stuff. Yeah, you don't need to know much about the language at all, dude. You can just start making. You'll find something, and there is ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, whatever you use. You will find some help there, But you just need to get started, right? Especially if it's C you want to learn. Let's say the syntax is very simple. There is no confusion as to in one place you use this for something, another place you use the same thing for something else. It's not like that. There are certain exceptions. Only this asterisk sign, you use that for multiplication and for pointers, and for dereferencing pointers you could even do 2 3 4 maybe, which looks weird, but that is something. But other than that, it is quite simple. So you start, like building something, you realize that a simple for loop is not going to cut it, so you might need like a helper function. You learn to build that, and that goes like independently. You can learn to build your own functions, your own little helpers or whatever it is, your own little logic parts, which you can then do, independent of language, because that doesn't require anything like that. Only nuances of the language are, like in JavaScript you would have something like a for each loop. In C sharp you would have a for each. Over here you only have a for loop. You have something called do while here. A lot of languages don't even have do while. So these things is good to be aware of, but other than that, you're only just doing this, which is just, variables and functions, which is same across any language really. Okay, my first approach would not work because I am going to be Python and very much interested in C++ code. For even like solidifying your Python experience, you can try Pygame. It's a library for making games again. For C++, you can do raylib. I think raylib, works with anything. C, C++, even some other language. I think you can even try Python with raylib. Okay. Uh, since I need the rectangle here, simplifying this would not make sense because it's still huge stuff that I'm putting in. Another approach is just taking this all out and then doing like tree large one, but that just it's all hard coded here. But I want uh, the specific number based stuff in this file. So I could do tree large one test, but that's really not a good way. It makes it confusing if I just take this and put it here. Oh, we don't have acha. No, this is the assets.h. Sprite tree large. Sprite tree large is somewhere here only. You can't copy this value. What happened here? Runtime storage must have a constant value. This is not a constant value. You gotta declare it upfront, I guess. Tree large width and height. This is all hard coded, so it doesn't really matter. Right. So tree large one test. I can just large one test, and I would need to graduate. I'm in college, third year. Extern, and this breaks everything. Why? I don't know. Yes. uh Nothing will break. This is a good idea. Trees are still, I think this is this tree here, the leftmost. Everything works fine. Three large, one dest. Versus the other approach would be to just add a function here where I do void x load trees, load large, load trees large, something like that, you know. And all of this just goes inside that. I think that's a better approach in terms of, but if I have to modify it, I've got to go into here and this. So perhaps I'll not do this. I think the previous yeah, we can just do that. That is a much better approach. This stays exactly how it is. I just load walled. uh just go to the bottom of things. Void load trees large. That would need walled. Okay, we'll pass in walled. What we have walled here anyways. Walled. Walled. Yes. And now I can do howsoever many shenanigans stuff here. Another option is just break it down. Like this. Uh, Makes it readable, but what am I really doing? Let's just space it out. What can I do to make it look nice? I need a way to standardize these anyways, so I'll probably need to do this in assets. I'm off. Keep grinding, man. Thank you so much for joining the stream, brother. Thank you so much. See you later. Load trees large. What am I doing? Oh, I'm not calling the function, am I? No. Nothing changes, that's good. This is already a 200 line file. Let's visualize something. World tree dot and then tree test. If it were this, would be readable, right? Hmm. Am I reusing some of my stuff? No, but is that a problem also? No. Oh, I already have it here. I guess it's not that bad then. Tree large 2. Or you could do an array of trees. I would need ChatGPT for this, I don't know. Or we would need to think up. Const rectangle tree large 2 test. Right. There's 4 such trees. So I could just do tree large 1 dest, large 2, large 3, large 4. I need the value, sorry. This I have, this I need to copy first. And this one. You can replace these values later, doesn't really matter. Now I can do tree large. Anirudh, welcome to the stream, brother. How are you? Tree large 2, tree large 3, 4. Oi, thank you so much. Right, this shouldn't change anything. But you want to make a clean build every time. Yes. Just in case. Yes. This just gives me, when I want this, like I can still go and mess. I'm just doing this X load trees large. X load house maybe, but add house is just one thing, so it doesn't need to be simplified. And if I have small trees, we could have those there. Right, but I don't. It looks a bit messy, I guess. So we can just do that. X add trees, X load trees, X small. The load one is basically just you do a lot of things at once. No, I can do that here as well. I don't need any like different IDEs. On my laptop, GitHub Autopilot, GitHub Copilot, whatever that is, it works like that. GitHub, I think it's Microsoft now. I don't know. It does like you can just write like a for loop. It will finish like I'll show you. Hold on a second, but um, I'll show you. Load tree small is what you wanna do here. Right, and I wanna like take this into assets, const x rectangle tree small one dest. It is very inefficient, I know, but I kind of wanna reach the point where I realize why it is inefficient and why perhaps a better thing would be more suitable. Tree small, right, tree small. I need the height and width. I'm live now. Acha. Earlier part of the stream, because we were watching an ad, and that got you to miss out on 30 seconds or something. When you said I am live, I thought, okay, you're also streaming. We're back to Clash or COC 202. You know, it's not 101. You've graduated from the very basics, and now you're on to 202. Yeah, I couldn't see myself. So now we can just replace this entire thing with tree small dest. Tree small one dest. Having defined it, of course. This is position. Or this is bright source rectangles. Right, and perhaps we do one extra space of distinguishing. Doesn't matter. Let's do that. Why not? I'll just look neater. Okay. I do remember that. I used to watch you on Twitch, I think, which was not very common in India, so I do remember that, yes. Ah, the flaky error, yeah. Yes, this works. Three small works. See, that's the beauty or the bad thing about, or the, the, you can say one of the quirks of software development or app development, game development, whatever. is that you can do 10 different things and you're hoping that nothing changes. Everything is the same from the outside. That's your goal. You can do like an hour of work, 2 days of work, and in the end, if nothing changes, you've done a good job. That's the whole point. I moved this here. This looks cleaner now. But if I had to modify this, tree large, this is the source, and it's as simple as that, right? So that's the stage of the tree. The destination is this one here. If I had to modify where I want my trees to be, I would go into assets, which makes sense, but also doesn't make sense, because why is assets responsible for where I want to put my stuff on the map? That should be a uh, walled issue, right? So I'm thinking we can move this from all the destination stuff. Assets H. We can move the destination stuff from assets into walled. Types has to happen first, so we'll do it here. It's still very inefficient, I'm not going to lie, but it's something. So we move all of this into wall.c. I think I copied the comment. To just have a nice separation. Does that make sense? No, I'm okay. I don't want to buy code, dude. I think I've said this before as well. I love the way I work right now. I do go to ChatGPT every now and then, but I'm at a point in this project. Every time I start a new project, I go to ChatGPT a whole lot. But I'm at a point now where I really understand what I have at hand, and I love like messing around and tinkering with stuff on my own. There's some kind of satisfaction that you cannot get if somebody else does it for you. I can still go to ChatGPT for pointers and stuff, but for the majority, I'm not really vibe coding per se. Right, you still see some numbers here. It's still hard coded, but that's the vault. You would want your vault to be exactly where it is. I mean, the objects replaced how they are, right? My load vault function is simplified. Load tree is large. Then and here order matters because it is the order of rendering. I'm doing this first, then this, then tree small because small is overlapping the house a little bit, as you can see. So is the stone. The trees large are not. That's why they are done first. On top house, on top small wall, light post doesn't matter, and add rock happens too. Right. So if I were to tomorrow do something else, I could just, yes, but then again my wall.c file is crowded. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. The complexity of it also dictates something, right? I mean, if you really were that good, if you really knew it all, if you really could, why, like, wouldn't you do it yourself, right? The point of vibe coding is, to a certain point, you might not be able to do it yourself, uh, even remotely as close or as in as small time period as the AI would, but you can oversee things and tell, okay, this is fine, this will not break anything, this aligns with the rest of the stuff. Plus, I think it's not you're not just vibe coding inside a function. The agent has access to your entire code base, right? So then all the changes are like recommended, like based on all the stuff you have, not just specifically. So it won't break naturally, but whether you're getting exactly what you intended is for you to oversee and tell, right? So that's in a way, it speeds up your work, right? Tell me this, Ani. I am now crowding my vol.c file with just redundant. It feels redundant in a way. These rectangles, right? For loop generate. I could like try and generate these at runtime somehow, but why? Why runtime overhead when you can have everything statically declared? That's exactly what I do with ChatGPT. You look at my stuff. Yeah, it was suggesting me. What did I ask? X rectangle. Yeah, that was my problem. Every object type has one of these. Assets.h. I created the assets.h stuff. Yes, and that's really what we are doing. Add house doesn't take source. Not source. That is not source. That is type of object. Rock has a type, so type, yeah. But add house is exactly add object world source test collider. That is the thing. Do you think having AI capabilities is... Yes, that's true, but um, if you're overseeing a raylib project and something is not working, it's, how do I explain this? It's like, why do you need doctors when you can have ChatGPT, right? But then again, certain things are observed, certain things are uh, like, are you always being very very honest? Maybe you're being more honest to the AI than you are to some doctors, but doctors can catch up lies. And if you're really on like following the schedule of like taking meds at the right time or drinking water or this and that, a lot depends on like visual cues and body language and your mentality as well, right? So I don't know, this is where the line gets a lot blurry. But a physical doctor can diagnose you a little bit differently. Whether it is objectively better or not, that's a different question, because they are constrained by time and the number of patients they have to see, right? Whereas with AI, you can, it knows your previous history too. You can tell it exactly new stuff, and if you have questions, you can ask further questions, you can explain further, all the time in the world. But in the end, it'll always end with this conclusive or summarizing line of, if you need further evaluation, you should perhaps visit a doctor, or here's what I would say to the doctor, and it will give you a structured response. So yeah, you can help it, you can get help from it, and then use it to provide some context to the doctor. For coding stuff, it's just the same thing. You want, if you're working on a raylib project, you would want somebody who has some previous experience with raylib to oversee the AI stuff for you, right? But that is getting more and more irrelevant because of things like Netlify, Replit, and whatnot, where not Netlify, Replit, and some kind of AI, uh, I don't know what they're even called. Like, you can just deploy your website just like that. And I have a resume that I got made with AI. It's got my phone number and stuff, so I don't want to show it here, but it's a website that is deployed, and that stays deployed forever, as they say. So you can do stuff. You can make a game, you can make A website that is really dynamic, you know, I'm just more, it knows me. It knows me. That's all. That's the first thing I used for my math problems back in 2022, and it just stuck. I am stuck with this now forever. You know, it's a good time to ask ChatGPT this question, or even better. What have I modified in this file? Acha, source rectangles. BRB, okay. You would separate 2 and 3. Ah, makes sense, makes sense, yes. Data tables. Yes, this is the part where I'm a little confused. You just want large trees array and then you put all the rectangle information there. But in terms of modifiability, like if I want to like test on the go and I want to change up stuff. Yes, this is what I wanted, but that's at it doesn't really matter. I think it's compile time. It's not at run time, right? It is still at compile time. You are because a for loop doesn't exist like that at runtime, right? You probably already have these objects prepared. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. So I could just do that then. Let's call it base.c. While these don't matter, I need to remember the coordinates. Now, do we do const? We even do static const because it happens here. Yes, actually, that's a good idea. I don't need to. What am I doing here? Load tree small. That could be a function invoked from there. Yeah, we can actually just move away from this entirely. That's good. What is your problem? Static const x rectangle large, please. I like my formatting better. Just that I have to go manually and do this. I guess it doesn't matter if you put spaces in between or not. Has it done it all for me? Are these correct? I should verify. 5, 15, 8. 15, 8. 6, 8. 27, 4. Yeah, it is right. ChatGPT has done it. Give me 5 more minutes. Okay, you get 5 more minutes, no problem. Right. Base.h, what's your problem? Wall.c has a lot of problems. By doing this, I eliminate these completely. And the thing is, why do I need extern at all? Right. I don't. I don't need extern. Tree large test 1. I've got the values copied. So we can just get rid of all of that. And here, you could have even a static. Can you have a static function? Let me just ask this. Can you have... No, that doesn't happen. That's not possible. Right, so we are using, as a matter of fact, no functions here at all. We're just using xadd tree. Uh, then again, I have two questions. So, for constants, would you not want all caps? I don't know, it's a variable. House. didn't have house there. Oh, house, we are doing it like this. This has one. What's wrong with that? Right. Okay. Mm, like a low tree you need here. Would you want them to have? It needs walled. I need to then define this thing as a literal, or how would you define that as a literal? Array count, you're calling it? Okay, array count. Is this how you do it? अच्छा. Ah, am I right? Size of x of 0. Now I can do less than array count minus, no, I plus plus. Add object is a static function. These are all design problems that I don't know what to do. think that makes sense. Don't make it public. Huh. Hello, Indian. Hello, hello, hello. How are you, Genie? Are you from Russia? Russia? Am I doing my R's right? Add object houses. But if it's not public, how is everything accessing it? Is my question. Why not keep it? What is your suggestion? Don't make it public, but let everything use it. Yes. Why not keep it static? Why not keep it static? Yeah, x at 3 moves don't, it can call a static function. It can call a it can't call, yeah. That's what my point is. So you're telling me you wouldn't expose. Then what, how are we doing it then? Only your wall building modules? I'm not understanding this. Yes, everything is calling the add object implementation, but if the add object itself is static, you're telling me there's a way I can invoke this function without making it public by defining it in the header? Is that you're telling me? Is that the underlying ideology? Quite the opposite. No header can make it visible, yes. So then how? Call it. Two choices. Keep it static. No, I don't want to do that. My recommendation is we split files, walled object.c, void add object. I'm actually quite confused. I'm actually need to keep the current xadd object static function, and I'm very confused right now. Two different stages in the architecture. Where you are today, wall.c has everything. I want to remove these functions outside, which invoke the static function. Keep it exactly like this, nothing else, but that's not what I want. I want trees.c. Basically what I have here is a base.c that has it's a map name, like you can have a forest.c or a village.c, whatever it is. Here I would like inside of this to have add object, and then whatever it takes, I would like to put in that and just draw my you know stuff on that. If that was not the simple fix, is just take away static, just take away static and define it here. And it like fixes everything. All my problems are gone now. collider. What was I doing before? Oh, we were doing add tree. Now I see what the problem is. If you need directly to do this, where's my add tree method then? This cannot be static. See, my there's this ideology I have. Right, world.c defines every possible action you can do to its objects. Right, in map.c, wherever, or rather in specific like village.c or base.c for this example, in village.c, I can use map.c's methods to put in the right coordinates. That's fair. Is that not fair? I think that's fair enough. I don't mind that, you know. It's all a design choice. Who gives a flying F about what's right or wrong? It's only good or bad. For now, this helps, right? If I encounter a problem, if I need to really work at it and change something, I will, right? But right now, I don't see the need to, so I can just call this add tree. World and tree stage, because tree knows. Is there a tree? Yeah, tree has source, so I just pass in stage and destination. That's it. I don't want a circular import problem. Load large trees, load small trees. uh Oh, just want to a circular. H. This won't give me a circular error. I feel like this is a cheap fix. Now that I think about it. Why is this problematic? I have broken something, have I not? Why is this trees collider here and this is... Hello, 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 hello. Is this like a raid or something? I'm not used to this. I didn't even know you could do that. Hello, 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 people. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm just a little bit confused with the static thing here. Uh, my I have one function here which is supposed to be static, but I want my base functions to be able to call it. Ignore that URL. Yes, we can raid. Yes, we can raid. I love that. I've seen this on Twitch, but not here. Nice game you're making. I could show you something right now, but it's all breaking. My colliders are breaking. But yeah, this is just a base of the game. Instead of having one giant wall.c file which is already 200 lines, I am trying to separate it into, like base as in like just one map, like a village.c or a forest.c. So that is where I'm encountering some problems with the static function wall.c. I'm not really entirely understanding what ChatGPT is trying to tell me, but I think I just need to remove uh which I did, I think, already. You do control shift. No, it doesn't let me undo. Shift, oh, or like this. No, that's too much. I move static away from these functions. I don't need these functions to be in main, or in wall.c is what it's telling me. Wall.c just is responsible for initializing the world and displaying the world as it is, or updating the world, and then everything goes to like render.c. Breaking things is normal, yes. I I for the most part, the things I'm working on, I do like I make entirely like different files and change stuff, and it all comes down to the same. Like the game is the same. The game doesn't change, and that is either very satisfying to some people, or could be very like very boring or stale. I enjoy that. You do a lot of things and nothing breaks. Everything is still the same. This time around, for some reasons, my colliders were breaking, so I had to change it. I was gonna change this anyways. I don't want everything to be static here. Also, if it's not going to be static, it's worth just like dividing things up into their own little modules, right? So if add object is not going to be here, I am gonna move it to something like world object, uh world objects dot c, objects dot c, or h. This would go into the h file. Yeah, in Java before, I was like, we were taught Java in school. That's all the experience I have in Java. I can do basic for loops and patterns and stuff that we were taught. uh World, let's do world object h, find world objects h. Right. And world objects can do world.h, whereas here we just add object, right? Add object is this one right here. Yes. World objects dot h. This then allows me, it's a good idea actually. These can all be public, right? I can just invoke them from wherever I want. So all of the wall.c, as a matter of fact, I can just copy them directly. Light post, add rock, add stone, add tree. Everything is eventually invoking add object, which is the way I like it. Because what happened? Tree cut, that is from assets. So we can just simply assets.h, and these would stop throwing errors. Whereas you don't need add object. So yes, I have a function that inits the world and unloads the world, that is unloads the texture from GPU. Eclipse IDE for Java. Eclipse, I once downloaded that. I just didn't, I just found it complicated a little bit, and that was like back in 2022, where I had no idea how to even set up environments for anything. But now I've sort of standardized VS Code for all my development stuff, Python, C# projects as well. I even used to use this for Unity, for the editing stuff. I think you can edit inside Unity as a text file or something, but that's not what you want to do. You want to open VS Code when you open your scripts. This is a mess, but that's a mess for later. Right now we have segregated stuff. World objects, right? Do I have all these definitions here? Yes, I do. So we can actually, why not just copy this entire thing, and in world objects.h we can define them. I would like this to be at the top. You got a raid. I thought it was only that was I thought the same too. I thought you could only raid on Twitch, but you can do that on YouTube as well, apparently. And thank you to Hyper Game Dev for being so kind. She's using Godot to make something. Can I make Minecraft in one sitting? Ah, can you make Minecraft in one sitting? It makes for a very compelling title. It seems like you can almost, but then again, there's so many layers to the complexity. You don't really know. Hyper Game Dev is silly. I'm so glad to find game dev streamers on YD. I am not a typical game dev streamer. I just usually play some games. I've just been engaging in some hobbies of late, and hence, here we are. The music stopped. Love the draw music. I see a lot of people putting up just some fireplace, sound effects or even rain. That puts me to sleep. I want something ideally a little bit more, maybe impactful, but then again, copyright stuff. I did move everything into the right place. Now I'm a little confused. We were using this recently. Um, World objects, world.c is doing what? That's what matters. We are loading large trees, adding a house, which is. Am I using this? I am, right? And small trees as well. Oh, that is why it was problematic. The collider, that is. You have to pass in the tree type as small. Let's just look at the errors and backtrack. Implicit definition of addrock. Wall.c. Addrock has been moved to world objects. Now again, the circular thing, I have to be careful with this. Include world objects. Objects.h. Load large trees. Load trees large. We've changed the name. Why? Load trees large. I guess that's like, you're loading trees and then what kind? Makes sense. Did not successfully make Minecraft in one stream. You did not. That's why I say it makes for a compelling um like title, because people can wonder I seeing this, I'm like, it seems like it could be possible because it's an 8-hour stream, especially when you see it as a video. But you're also like, really, you can like set up the world and all in a little you can like define the world exactly, but still that leaves for some other stuff untackled. These errors should now go away. So we have undefined reference to undefined reference. This is including wall.h. And wall.h is not touching it. Do I have my if guards, by the way? I have. Little clickbaity, but it was fun to try. I would watch that next. Wall.c does not know where to find this. Trees large and trees small. Right. And that's reasonable because I'm getting confused now. It changed too much. Walled objects is just responsible for all kinds of, like, you want to have an object on the screen, okay, you can use all these functions, right? Add this, add that. It's all very simple. We are using these things in base to then why is this even not. This uses wall.h, which in turn uses walled objects. So we can just use walled objects here. And then I need walled for what? I don't understand. I was using walled twice anyways. And I can just go to my, what is it, wall.c, and we could, no, we are calling it here, yes. So you need base is like a map, like village.c, forest.c, base. Load large trees large, trees small, and then it's not defined that way. Okay, undefined reference to x low trees. Wall.c walled.c base.h defines these. Base.h has implementations. You are unable to x load trees large, x load trees small. Which is happening here. It's the exact same signature, right? Could it be because of some circular dependencies? I don't know. You are telling me you don't know what these two are? Right. But this takes me to here, base.c, walled.objects.h, wall.h. Could this be like a circular dependency problem that I need my wall.h here because I'm using these stuff, or at least using walled, which is exclusive. I think this should throw an error also, which is not, because I would need xengine.h for my x rectangle stuff. Okay, that fixes it. I don't know, it just fixed everything. Okay, the render order is better now. I still would want to just see if everything looks okay. The trees are okay. The shadow part is it completes the sprite. The collider is breaking over here. House is suddenly too big. House's collider is fine. Tree is okay. Collider is fine. Stone is okay. Collider is fine. So just house, right? Just house, which is probably in world objects now. Add house. Collider is fine. Destination source, sprite house. Show me sprite house. 64 into 8 is sprite. No, that is a different uh, sprite sheet. 1, 2, no, 7. Bi- But 8 minus, I think it is 1, 2. So 14. It's all right. Okay, let's look at the light post first. Uh, World objects, add light post. Collider is destination width minus 30. Let's make it 10 maybe. And you gotta minus it by another 10. Why even do that then, right? So width minus 6. Width minus 2. Plus 2 minus 2. Okay, we just take away 2 padding both sides. That makes sense. From x to x minus 4. Doesn't really matter, dude. Right is exactly the right width. It should always be fine, okay? Tone is fine. I don't like how the house has extra room at the bottom. I cannot really place why. 128. Let's do 108. That doesn't change anything, does it? This is houses X, right? If I do 180, this should just be panning across the map. Oh, but no. That 128 is fine. What else are we doing? We are loading trees, we are adding house, we have a tree small, this, and we have a this. Right. So what exactly is this object that has such a huge collider? Not a collider, that's the what is it called? The rectangle. Tree has this. This is your stone. This is the collider for stone. It's complete. I can only think the house. We're doing only one house. Add house calls, right? Load world, only one add house. And just to be clear, load trees is doing add tree. Add house comes from where? Base.c, no? Add house is involved objects, which hmm, there's only one house. What is this? This is destination, I'm assuming. Minus 14. This is the problem with these are all destinations. This has to be destination then. Doesn't change anything, that is good. Also the collider could be minus 10 or something. I was messing around with this earlier. That's the collider, my bad. Width is minus 12. We could make it minus 20 or something. Yes, so you can just get closer to the house. Or actually that was not needed, because when you overlap, when the collider overlaps with the sprite, which should be happening in here then, but that's logical because you're actually overlapping. I don't know, it just maybe not, but that's fixable. So it's a sprite problem. I remember why. I can see why what happened to the collider. The collider is calculated based on the sprite. I can see why, because I changed. It was earlier just doing this entire thing. Now I have done it so it's this is not in the sprite part. It's not part of the sprite anymore. It's exactly the house. That's why, which is good, but this breaks my colliders and stuff, so I need to go to world object. Um, this was the Y should be down, right? 6. Y should be down. If I'm minusing 68, I could as well just do 5. But this will eventually become 6 because of now what I want it to be. And maybe minus 20 something. It's not really pixel perfect, but it is perfect now. I notice the house has come down. which is when you can path world objects and verify how much. By like 10 pixels. Hmm. Where is world objects base? Minus 58. So minus 68. Then 72. Hold on, I'm getting a call. Okay, alright. Now it fits perfectly. Are we what? I'm not messing with this, right? 68 into 8 minus 14, and then we're just doing add house in world load house world, which is doing what exactly? Just add house, which is in world objects. Let's go to sprite. Right, and then let's go to world objects, world base. Let's go to base. This is what we want. I don't know how it got changed, which also means it's minus 58 if I'm not wrong. This should just, yes, back to normal. Now the collider changes I had made in world objects. Let it be exactly what it was, and it should be fine. Yes, the collider could be plus like the X could come down, Y width could go up. X could be 0, width is minus 12. Probably if I just remove it, it'll be fine. This interaction is fine. However, this, no, it's only when you overlap with the colliders. This perhaps is not the best because you're nowhere under the tree or behind the tree, but the tree is getting. But these are things you can always improve, so that's not to worry about. Terrain, control shift. What am I doing? Control shift B. Come on. Yes, this looks neat enough. Oh, you can actually see that I've not put anything behind on the map. I didn't think it through. I guess this is house in front, so I thought. But now that the house gets transparent, you can see the background. Otherwise, this is lovely. I should immediately stop what I'm doing and git commit. Might as well push. One of the benefits of this is that I can keep track of everything. I only do on one branch dev, which is not the best idea, but it's not that big a project. I can always undo and get back to where I want anyways. This, we are defining these because we need them in wall.c. This is a better separation than before, right? Something like this. Maybe one more, or not. I guess that's it. Uh, I should leave a comment, very minuscule. Uh, to be here necessarily, right? I was passing in something, so I put it there. This will be at the top. As a matter of fact, this probably should be even here. What do you call them? Helper literals? Can you even comment them? Uh, Array. Helper. Yes. So then I can. Yes. Something or the other. Yeah. And as I was saying earlier, we didn't really do anything much. Everything is still the same. Here I thought I was going to do main menu and whatnot. Everything is still the same. But we did a lot of things. Now it's starting to have a lot of files, but my wall.c file is relatively small. Walled objects goes on. Is there anything here? I need add tree outside. What am I doing when I go to base? I do add tree. So now I think static cons, I can probably again return to making this bastard static. You can be static because nobody else needs to know about your existence. They just invoke from the outside. Okay. Previous declaration where Yeah, we're accessing it only through something or the other. What are you trying to tell me? Add object follows non-static declaration. Wall.h. Wall.h defines this. I forgot to take it out. Yeah, it should be static. When only one thing needs it, you don't need to public make it public. Why did it take so much time? I wanna see if that affects my GitHub in a good way. Ah, because it's not main. Let's see. Control F5. I should have checked this before. 94 contributions in the last year, all segregated around June. Okay, looking at the game right now, what should we do next? Movement. Right now, even if I'm trying to move up and to the left, it is just colliding. It should just slide up, right? So that logic we can work out with everything basically. So axis, separate movement, axis independent movement, that we can work on next. And let's experiment by adding some animals onto the screen and giving them some movement space. Like around here you can have cows or something. We'll do that after a short break. How do you do that? You do a break from here. Yes. RB. Hello, welcome back. Welcome back. The light is off. 1 second then. Yes. I didn't know Wolf Among Us had such pleasant music also. But it was always, that dark mode, noir setting. Cow. Where do I have cow? Cow is not on this, which is good. We want separation of concerns. Open and profits, rated, uprise, assets, um, animals, cow, cow. Okay, this is probably good for overall, but cows don't have any weapon yielding situation, right? So I just might as well move cow. Doesn't really matter, right? I can still take from this however I want. By the way, you can edit cow.png directly instead of a sprite files. That's wonderful. So yeah, if we were to look at some stuff 64 into 64, so this is 16, right? This has to be 16 and but it's going to be scaled up to 4 times. Do I have the original assets somewhere? Cute fantasy free. I do. So then I can use this to whatever I want. Am I missing something? Or where are you saving? 64, 1, 2. But then let's just do 64 into 0, 0. Right. NPC, non-playable characters or animals. Animals, I think, is a better option. Now it's starting to get a little crowded in here. Animals.ch. My mic and everything is all right, I hope. Uh, I think assets still responsible for everything. How am I handling player? Player has interval, but other than that, a game object only, and direction in this. Animal could borrow some aspects from this, but so essentially it would be type def animal animal x theme game object. What am I calling it? Usually game object. Game object only. Int interval or float interval? Float interval. Float interval. Uh, Direction, I guess, and state. State and direction. Speed. Do I still need type def again? I just did this because I can then define them later on. Pretty much the same as player then. Could as well just call player. But they will have some differences later on. So we should. not rush too quick. Init animal update unload. Exact same model. But there's a distinction there. I'm not telling it what. I also have lost track of why I was doing I mean, for what you have X and what you don't have X. These are my custom functions, even especially this one where it just unloads the texture, but instead of using their unload, I'm calling it through my own function. That's why we started with that convention. Save and all we don't need right now. Let's not worry about that. Void init animal animal right, and you want to just set some default values for this, which I could use the config file like for player. I'm pretty sure we are doing that. If not, then if this does not work, then these values stay, otherwise they're overwritten. But generally just that. Okay, so now let's take a look at the map. Let's say around here I want my animals to roam around freely. Nine, 8 actually. 6, 8 and 6, and then 4, 5 and 4. 8, 6, 5, 4. 8, 6, 5 and 4. For one animal, this will be fine, right? Texture, sorry. Assets, animals, cow.png. paths to cow sheet animal dot game object dot source. Be an area actually. 64 into 0 is 64. Let's see. So height width is 64, 64. Right, so we can just do 64, 64. That's far from the truth. We want to start at 0. Right. So this would be 0. So you want to start at 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. We start at 4 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, 4 and 6. Right. So when you start at 4 and 6 and you go 64, you minus, this is the original one. Now I'm saying 1, 2, 3. But that's not what we're doing. We're doing 64. We just move it to here. Now you got to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If I am dragging this down here. 11. And 8. 11 and 8. I'm pretty sure this is probably going to be one extra. I'm typing in caps. The game object doesn't have that anymore. Full active. Or not set active, just active. Check what this depth. Depth is computed. What am I doing with depth at the time of declaration? Collider y plus game object collider height. 2 days ago I did this and I barely even remember this. For depth we're doing collider y and collider height. Because it's a y based system. Okay. Hmm. 15 and oh, 5 15 or something. 515 most probably. Collider destination needs to be put in. Were we doing destination here? We were doing destination here from the config part here. I'll just do animal.game.test equals x rectangle, and let's do, what did I compute again? 11 9 0 1 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 8 and 1 8 and 6 and 5 4 8 6 5 4. No, but destination is not, this is not that. Collider is there. Depth is there. Flip I need to set to false if I have not. That's it. Flip is false. Active is true. Animal speed has been assigned. What does animal have now that I haven't touched? Interval. What are we doing for player? We are setting it here. Okay, 10. Sounds about right. 10F. Interval. State and direction. Animal idle. Direction is animal front. Right. Then void. Update animal. Animal. I just want my cow to be on the screen, man. How much work do I need to do? Uh, Wait a second. It was not showing lines. Is it because it's lost in the rendering? No, no need to build. Just do whatever exists. But how do I check without? Okay, let's let this stay. Can you like just not give these errors again? Baited some stuff. What happened? Let's get rid of the unnecessary errors. Let's see. I'll give him that square. The idea is draw IO. The idea is draw IO. What's this for? I forgot. Or the map idea maybe. Let's just ignore that and yeah. So enemy. The what is it called? Uh, Cow. Animal. The animal. The animal has this rectangle, and I need. Can you give me? This is the cow. Okay. Every possibility is defined up until a point. After that, it just like see. After that, it just scales. Anyway, so imagine this is the cow. Cow spawns right here. Cow goes to the right. I can do a periodic motion right now where cow goes here, then here, or cow generates, let's say, a float interval, okay, and a direction on its own every sometime. So the float interval will dictate how long it will move, and the direction will dictate which direction speed we already have. But even simpler, just for testing purposes, the cow spawns here. Let's let the cow move back and forth, right? 8 6, right? 8 6, and then 8 5 and 4, right? I cannot just directly do this. Yes, I can. When declaring other certain scenarios, I don't know, this works for now. I'm okay with that. Right. Now, how cheat? We have not explicitly said cow animal dot state. Doesn't really matter, we're updating sprites right now. But animal right, and then how are we moving? We don't touch the theme object there directly, but eventually we do. What happened to the... Oh, sorry. They should at least move it that direction and do nothing else. I have some questions, definitely. Let's just do a primitive draw function. Show me the cow. Or am I getting it wrong? You multiply by 4, yes. Cow was never 64 into 64 to begin with, right? This ought to do it. Hello. Now it just needs to come into the object pool of things. Now that we've got the cow here, let's take a look at our renderer.c. Or what was I doing in main before? Render scene. World. World has objects. NPCs should be NPCs, right? So you want to ideally pass in and player and NPCs. Something like this. Or animals. And animals. Where animals will be why do I need to I mean why is that I get animals and I initialize it to cow path sheet cow sheet cow sheet wow ironic uh instead of like an animal array, and if it is cow then this, if it is that then that, right? This is something I need to think about, but config is done rightly. Init animal, just whatever animal comes in except for this one line. Let's take a look at the other lines, right? Of course this goes with the source as well. Except for these two lines, everything else is sort of generic. Where do I want it, how much the collider should be, if it is maybe for a cow, it depends on the size of it, right? So we could have specific stuff. So for player I was doing it once, right? So I can't treat this as just another object in the game that has some other properties as well, right? So if I go to world objects and let's take a look at add object, it is doing the object, source, destination, collider, depth, and then to flip or not, which is just I just need two more things, I think. Float interval for the animation, and I would need speed, right? Or I could do add animal as a different function, but this is most certainly init cow, right? Init cow, init update cow. This would later come into something called animals, update animals, update this, update that, draw cow. This will be moved somewhere else pretty much. uh, where init cow, I gotta do like void init animals. Okay, when I get stressed out like this, my brain stops working. Let's leave this to animal for now. Yes. Build it once everything is running. Mr. Cow, I could do one thing though to test better. What do you take? Draw rectangle takes pos x, animal dot object dot test dot test y animal dot, I'm gonna copy this now. Too much. width, and then 8. Come on, what happened? Color white. Is there like a lines? Music stopped. Yes. See, the cow has the top. It's perhaps okay. Should be 1. I think it's a bit. So if I just do minus somewhere 15 and we do 23, it shouldn't work because it's probably like a multiple of 2, but it does work. Could be taller a little bit, maybe, definitely. Indeed, it is going to be 14, which doesn't go by. Oh, it does. No. 22. Probably. Don't know. This looks okay for now. So, minus a lot more. And we have not nailed down this part. 20. $24. Should change it to both if I'm doing the last one. Is this better? I don't know. This will tell us. What are we drawing again? We're taking destination X. So if any changes are being made to the destination, it should be the width and height should be in the destination also. I got one thing wrong, I think. More like 24. And I am concerned more about you are starting at 14. It should be really 16 again and 24. This can be 22. Let's see. Yes, so 16 should be a 20 perhaps. Could be a multiple of 4 ideally is what I thought initially. Yes. Now in terms of the height, we are minusing 24. We could minus 36 and see how that looks. Okay, let's do 40, 30, 40. Let's do 40. And x wise, let's just minus 22 minus 24, 28. That's 7 into 4. Yes, that's good. Probably appropriate. 1 pixel if I'm not wrong. 1 pixel up. Yeah, 1 pixel up. These are 2 pixels, could be 2 pixels. -32. Yeah, -32, maybe 30. Yeah, 30. -30. Perfect. That is my cow. It's a cow. Is it a boy or a girl? It's a cow. Congratulations, it's a cow. It gave birth to a cow. Lovely. Now, is this normal, by the way, to just write up stuff and then forget on your own? I don't remember any of my I remember the render logic. It just pulls everything together and then checks the depth and renders. That's all I remember. You ask me to do it again, I'll need ChatGPT. I cannot, you know, do this from scratch again. But I know how it works. And I just 2 days ago I was working on this like a mad fool, almost done like very, you know, very much devotedly. Ah, render scene. Right, we could just put in animals inside this, and then terrain is terrain, world objects. Now, just like world objects, I think it'd be smart to add another, you know, why do I keep pressing the tab or the caps lock? I have enabled scroll lock somehow. I don't have a scroll lock key. Oh, I do actually. I also have a print screen key. I often just go to uh, Windows Shift S to take photos, but you just Windows print screen and take a screenshot. Pause break, I don't know what that does. Suppose I'm here. Pause. I think it's page break. Sorry, I understand now. I'm probably sure it's page break. I'm pretty sure. So for a Word document or something, it'd be useful. Um, yeah. I just need to add it to this render pool basically. I kind of want my brain to hurt for a little while. Otherwise, how do you expect growth? I can chat GPT that way, but how do I do anything of substance really on my own, right? I currently have the draw function that should not exist here, right? All of these draw functions have been moved away to render. So what in my main I'm doing is I am doing render scene, not even render anything, but just scene, right? Draw animal does not deserve to be here. Init animal perhaps does, but we will render scene, right? So inside my render scene function, I should take like animal, right? Having wall.h. For the vault, I need that. I will need this here, so I'll just do it. You're still live? Yes, I'm still live. I'm alive. How are you? How are you? What are you? Alive? I promise. Oh, good, good, good. A lot of people joined up last few, like before my lunch break. Hyper YouTube raid. They're called hyper only. Yeah, makes sense. I see a Twitch link I may have missed. Is that the Twitch page? The idea came across from Twitch, definitely. Or were they like raiding two different people and I was like, this is the Twitch raid. On Twitch they raided this person, on YouTube they raided another person, I think. We had some people. I didn't even know you could raid. There's an option where you can like redirect people to another stream. I think that's what it is. I don't know. I've never tried that. There's an option. There's an option where you can like redirect. Yeah, redirect. That's my own video or other channels. Yeah, I think that's what they use. It was nice. A lot of it still says 6 concurrent viewers. I don't see anybody in the chat, but I'm sort of what is it? Speculative? No, I cannot remember the word. Animals.h. You need this here because I want to define it here in the signature. Animal. Then this is fine. Oof. I got no idea how I'm adding anything here at all. Where am I adding my stuff? Oh, I mean, Twitter already does that. Twitter, Twitter, Twitter. Twitter already does that. Ha ha ha. Unity or Godot. What? Oh no, this. Nervous emoji. SK Dube. I'm working too on in raylib. Oh, same thing, dude. But just check collision. Anywhere you go, look, it says X within brackets, formerly Twitter. You're still trying to be SEO friendly with the word Twitter. Twitter motivates me. I had like, less than 100. How do you open less than 100 followers, and now I have 137 in like a week span. It all started with this 400 or 4,000. Uh, yeah, I posted this on a random day. Just didn't even wonder. I just colliders are working as intended. And then look at this. It got 4.8k views, 69 likes, which is the perfect number. And then I started, like, okay, let's just do more and more. And people started interacting with my account a whole lot more. And here we are. So Twitter motivates me, yes. YouTube, of course, if more people start watching it, it does intrinsically, like, put like fuel onto your fire, right? How much longer? I just want to figure this part out. I want to get this cow. I want to get this, bastard of a cow into my rendering pipeline. I should look at terrain is rendered away. Fine, right? Walled. It says walled here, but you will go to the terrain eventually. Wall.texture, that is. Draw terrain, walled. Terrain.texture. Right, that's what you get. Um, so the render list, and that's important for your depth, right? So here's where we're adding it. Could we just not hold on a second? Let me just see if everything is the game builds and runs. No. Oh, the game builds and runs fine. Chichore, yes, I have seen long time ago. You're gonna mention about the guy and his tragic end next. Come on. Yes, everything is fine so far. One thing I do, okay, since we are here, one thing I do want to do is just git add dot and git commit animals. I need to do string or animals? Animal file added. Like no strings like that. Okay, wait. Now this is a working state, last working state known. After this, you never know. We go render.c. Render list, render count plus. Why do I need to double declare this? First there was only one thing, now there's two. Animals game object. Since for now animal is just one thing, like player I have done here, player will add animal, right? And then the rest of the things, if it falls in the category of it, I'm pretty much, I shouldn't even have to think twice. See, magic. If you just bring it in that system. Now player is above this. I'm not computing anything on that, but that's the beauty of scalable architecture. I don't even understand how this is all working, but I just, I remember adding player and it just falls in the pipeline. Everything is fine again. Up until that point you can break a lot of things, but not after that. I can just remove this. I don't need that. I don't need draw here. Update we will need because we're moving the animal. Um, 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 um. Yeah, update animal needs to be called. That's the same for update player. I have a question though. When you have update player and world, that is essentially to check for collisions, I'm assuming. Yes, that is to check collisions. So with animals, you don't want to collide. Do you want to collide? You don't want to collide for now, let's say. I am planning a theatrical release. I don't know. Who knows? I don't usually go out. It's gonna be a larger than life movie. We'll see. Okay, we are computing depth. We are sorting as well. I'm just not checking with player. Or is it like a depth thing problem? Collider via collider right now. It will be worthwhile render.c or rectangle, so you can draw collider directly, I think. But this should automatically do it. But I want the collider, which is also automatically being done. Wow. Hmm. I don't see collider. Oh, it's because I'm stupid. I'll tell you where the collider is. Right here. You see that? That is because I'm stupid. Hello! Init. Init 67. 67. Check collision. How was I moving the player in terms of the collider system? Because I don't know why this this is initialized once, right? This value comes from the let's take a look at player's renderer or player's collider rather. Uh, init player. What am I doing? Yeah, test.py. We're doing the same thing. We're essentially doing the same thing. I don't know why it won't work. Destination, right? Destination XY. I mean, cheaply, if I were to fix it, this will be a cheap fix. Keep the good work. G. Thank you so much. G. Yeah, the collider follows. When I get the collider logic fixed up, then everything else will fix itself, as in terms of the layering and stuff. So 5, that is, we are talking 20, and 15 is like 60 multiplied by 4, I think. Yes, but we don't want height to be 60, we want height to be like 30. This can be 20. This should be width. Animal dot inject dot width test dot width, maybe minus 4ish. Plus like 45 maybe. Is that too much? Let's do 48. 48. Almost there. Now see if I go here. Of course collision doesn't work because I've not set that up, but this means I'm behind the cow. This means I'm in front of the cow. This means I'm behind the cow. Like any other object in the game, really. You are in front and now you are behind. Right. But this we can do like 50, maybe 52, 50. Yes, but no, but actually this is quite good. 10 minus 12, and then 16, because I want it to be at the cow's feet, you know. What am I doing? Plus 12, sorry. Yeah, I want it more to be near the feet, so still we need to go both ways. This can be like plus 16. If that is plus 16, this needs to be like minus, I think around 32. Let's see. Yeah, that is closer to the legs, closer to the feet, legs. Collisions, there is no collisions, but that is the beauty of uh, the system I have set up. I just need to see my check collision. For scale, even if you're confused, you can just put stuff in the right place and your code will do the magic. Browser game or an exe file? This is an exe file. This could be a browser game too, if I wish it to be. Currently, I'm not doing anything to make it browser, but you can do that through WebAssembly now very easily. I've, I'm being told that. I don't know. Check collision. We are doing if wall.object is active, then if it's not active, then just get out. Otherwise, collision Uh, okay, so I'm not adding NPCs as a world object typically, right? So world rectangle collider. But let me, if I think for a second, and this is where I got to make a decision, you know. And here's where normally I just walk around the house, play some cricket upstairs, go play with the dogs, and casually think at the back of my mind. I'm not really good at sitting and solving all my problems at one go, you know. It does take a huge cognitive, it does put a huge cognitive load on me. I have a lot of issues, persistent that tend to get in the way. So, but I'm trying, right, to think and stuff. No, you don't have to stay awake just to watch me, right? Also, as clan games is we could take a short break at this point in time. My have not broken anything, right? Yeah, the collision with this thing is not occurring. But I also wonder, do I want collision with this? I want collision with this definitely, right? Perhaps with this object, I would not want this transparency effect. It's a small thing. I can just go behind it and it will not generate the fade area effect, right? So I should just still get commented. You should get comment every little small change. Otherwise, if it piles up, you don't know what commit message to put. You've changed a lot of things together at once, you know. No, not Don. I don't have that kind of money to order away Dominoes to, you know, whatever it is to kill away my stress or something. But since you mentioned that, let's play some Clash. It'll open full screen, I'm pretty sure. Why is there not a way to sort of not let it open full screen? Also, I forgot to ask you this, this time around. How are you, dude? It's been about, I think, 2 weeks. Last week I didn't stream. So how are you? How's life treating you? How's everything going? We got 10 likes today. That's crazy. This will open full screen. This I cannot say no to that. Everything just froze. Just chugging along. Say almost similar here, dude. That's my worldview as well. Game opened up. Or you can see the game. Don't mind this thing here. Ah! I'm doing window capture. Okay, you don't see this here. Anyways, good. Look at my base, how massive it is. Look at this, it's breaking away. That's because I'm on a computer, 2K monitor. If this were a phone, this would look fabulous. There's a flag here. Barb, what? Barbed wire. Barbed wire, it says. Clan war is over. Yeah, of course I collected bonus. So yeah, I've done all the stuff. I have two builders free. Good. I'm pretty much done with TH14 other than my heroes and walls. Bombs and stuff I have left to upgrade. Elixir storage goes up twice, 2 levels. Is that it? Wow. I don't have access to chat right now, by the way. Pardon me if I'm missing some stuff. I'll get back to chat. Actually, I can open on my phone. I've had this scenery for like a year, dude. How are you just noticing? Need another 120 or close to like 100,000 dark elixir for my hero upgrades. I think you can do queen and king up to 85, which is still 9 levels more, and this is quite close to being maxed out at 30, I think, or maybe 35, I don't know. Minion prince 60. Oh, you can see here 30, 60, 60, and then 85. Yeah, I'll do my raid attacks later. For a quick change, it isn't bad, is it? Also, how lovely is my wallpaper, right? This is where I'm still very, I still tend to struggle. Like, if I come back another sitting after a good long break, I'll probably be able to do better. But I mean, I can still. It just makes my brain feel heavy, if that even makes sense. There's a couple of different things that I don't like already seeing this. I don't like geography. Scribble, yes, we'll do scribble. Just give me 5 more minutes then. I'm concerned about why collision logic is specifically happening inside player, and that is because we are iterating over walled objects inside the player file and checking for collisions with the player. That is fine, but I just feel like instead of having like 10 objects come into player's file and then you know the collision logic is evaluated, player goes to uh, the file where all the objects exist and then you can check collision. That is a better approach in my opinion, and as simple as instead of changing up anything here, I could just go animals.c and put up something um, similar to this there as well, right? So um animal what was this before? Walled animal and rectangle collider. That is because you can take in, I guess, player as well, but player is not defined here. I would have to include a lot of stuff. So instead of that, we just do rectangle collider and um 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 we don't need any of this. Collider and then animal dot game object dot collider. Yeah, pretty much, pretty much. The thing is, with player.c, that's why it was on in player.c. Because animal is a static object, really, not in terms of animal cannot move on its own, is what I mean. I guess it would make sense to have it in player. For now, it's not the most intelligent idea, architecturally speaking, but if I just move it here. And another workaround, another, not, that will be more sense making, not even a workaround, is if I were to just if I were to bring it in the object pooling, instead of animal being a separate entity. Where is my main.c? Like world add object, and that's a cow object that can move. Yeah, you don't need any more. What device is it showing me? Oh, you're going down the rabbit hole. No, collisions are working. What? If I stream all day, you won't sleep at all? But then I have to end the stream soon enough. Um, Hold on a second. I will do this later. I cannot work this out right now. I'm a little confused, and we will get back to this later. Do you have tips to stay awake all night? No, would not recommend. You're talking to an insomniac. If I get sleep, I sleep. Count it as a blessing. That is forcefully, not by will. My GitHub has improved a little bit. 94 contributions in the last year. Well, I'm really concerned about the last month. Not even month and a half, just last month. Ah. Well, that is going to be. We can play one round of Scribble if you want. My god, it's a 10-letter word! What? What? That's good work. You probably watched from the stream, but yeah, I'll give it to you. Oh, brick, 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 brick. Put it on a brick wall or something. Ah. Are you stream sniping me or something? Or no? Drinking water from like a huge tank or something, dude. If you did not stream snipe this one, I want to know how you got this and how good was I. You did not stream snipe me, right? And then how? If not, then how was the last one? How was Bob Ross? Is that the guy Bob Ross? Am I right? Even, or was I? Yeah, yeah. I know who Bob Ross is. It is the first image that comes to your mind is something like this, you know, the guy painting. Yeah, and it's like a really small thing, so you would know a small, you know, like in terms of number of letters. Bobby Ross. Well, that was fun. We had a long stream today. I don't even know how long. Usually I'm very calculated and like 2-3 hours I would be done. We've hit the 3 hour mark. It still says like 3-4 people watching. I'm surprised. I would want to have a conversation with you, you know, if you were to say hi. But anyways, thank you so much for. Well, that's from that point on. It says I'm live for 4 hours. Okay, I will believe that. Stream is over. Yes, stream is over. Uh, to all new people who joined up, I'm very, very thankful. I have 5 more memberships to give away. Perhaps I will do that tomorrow. Um, but congratulations to all people. Not, it's not that it's a really big deal, but to all the members. GGS, sorry, I'm bug fixing right now. You were watching all along, dude. Ah. Well, anyways, I'll probably if you show up tomorrow or someday else I stream, we can have a conversation then. Bug fixing. I would want to know what your project is, what you're working on, and everything. You know. But alas, it is it for today. Thank you, Anirudh, for joining in and your donation. I believe that was at the very beginning. Yeah, $1. Thank you so very much for your donation and your love. I will see you perhaps tomorrow. I don't want to say a specific time and then fail to be live, but around 11 a.m. Indian time. And we'll continue on. I'll probably have already figured out the what I want to do with my cow. Is cow going to be treated as just another game object, or is cow a separate animal object? We will figure that out, and perhaps tomorrow we'll work on main menu and maybe expand the map a little bit. I don't know. If I get stuck, if I don't have any new ideas, we'll just expand the map and make like a forest area, a beach area. At least that keeps the progress going even if I feel stuck, right? And the raid was nice. Have a good night. Anirudh, would you be kind enough if I were to raid someone? to go and just say hi to the other channel. How do you do that again? Redirect, yeah. Just another peaceful day. These are all people I know. Upcoming. WWE is understandable, but it's probably a mistake. Canon has an upcoming. It's probably a mistake. He said to just like set it up sometime and never really got through with it. Um, let's do somebody who I don't know, which is one or two people. We could do a gamer. We could do somebody who's doing study with me. Let's do gamer. Yeah, this person probably will be like not paying attention to chat. So this gamer person we can raid. Just go say hi. Don't need to promote me or anything. Not don't put my name on that. It already shows who's raiding you. Just say hi, hello, interact, and then do whatever. But yeah, that will be it from my side. Thank you so much, Anirudh. You have been wonderful. Uh, See you next time. I should really do the Indian web hub. I've already like set it up. I don't. I should I have some kind of a like an ending screen or whatever it is. But you know me, I'll just play this garden thing. If you stick around for like 2 minutes, it'll just play some ads. If you watch ads, you're already supporting me. So thank you very much and goodbye.